Junior's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Junior's daddy was a preacher man, stern as a Sunday sermon. Marcus warned me, watch yourself cold. He don't take kindly to no vermin. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. I put on my one good shirt, comb my hair the best I could. Walked up to his little house, feeling nervous as a green cut wood. I'm asking June, his father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He set me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment like he was reading through my past. I'm asking June, his father now, head in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. I heard about Memphis, he said slow. Heard about the life you led. I heard about Memphis, he said slow. Heard about the life you led. Heard about women, heard about money. Heard the road that you were fed. I didn't try to hide a single piece. Told him every mile, every fall. I didn't try to hide a single piece. Told him every mile, every fall. Told him about Delilah, Rosalie, Ray Kingston. Told him truthfully, told him all. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. He listened close, didn't interrupt, just nodded slow and grim. When I finished, he was quiet a while before he looked at me again. I'm asking June, his father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking June, his father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. A man who tells the truth about his failings, he said, ain't the same as a man who hides. I've married fools who look much cleaner standing pretty at my side. My daughter don't need to clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. My daughter don't need clean, he said she needs a man who's finally found his ground. You sure you found it, son, or is this porch just one more town? I looked that old preacher dead in the eye, and for a moment I thought about every road I'd walked since Delilah left. The midnight train, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Memphis, Ray, Rosalie, the long walk back to the copper kettle, the juke joint circuit, Woody's kindness, and finally this very porch. And I told him the truest thing I knew. Sir, I've been lost enough times to know exactly what found feels like now. I ain't perfect, and I ain't finished changing, but I know this. Every road I ever walked was leading me towards somebody who didn't need me to be nothing but honest. That's your daughter. I ain't asking to stop walking altogether. I'm asking if she walking with me, and if you trust me enough to let her. He was quiet a long moment, then he stood up slow, held out his hand, and said, well, that's the first honest thing a man said to me on this porch in a long while. Jesse Cole. He shook my hand firm and slow, said, you got my blessing, son. He run. I laughed, relieved, and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. I laughed, relieved, and thanked him proper, promised I'd hold true. He called Junie out onto the porch, said, "Girl, I believe he's fit for you." Beneath them evening skies, I asked Junie's father, and now I'm asking Junie to ask Junie. I asked Junie's father, promise her the love that's honest and true. Honest and true. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a whole new life welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. But studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat too fast. Studied me a long, long moment, like he was reading through my past. I'm asking Junie's father now, hat in hand and heart laid bare. I'm asking Junie's father now, praying that he'll hear my prayer. Every mile I walk to get here, wondering if I'm even welcome there. He sat me down upon his porch, didn't offer me a seat. I threw myself into rehearsal, tried to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie watch his eyes dart to the floor. He asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie watch his eyes dart to the floor. Can't say that I have, he told me, but I'd heard that lie before. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. Hesitated, then she told me something I hadn't ever known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole always has, since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered turning hollow, turning to sound. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. She was never mine to lose, she was Ray's hand all along. Sent to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. I thought about that first night at the Kettle of Green Eyes, catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I heard that warning with my own two ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room. The one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me. Never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside a little chapel on the edge of downtown. Sat down on the steps, and for the first time since July left, I let myself cry right there in the middle of Memphis. A famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. I went back to my room and packed my bag, hand shaking as I moved. Thought about tearing up that contract, but knew I still had something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time, wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make Ray Kingston hear. Never yours. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I said, I know about Rosalie. For once, his easy smile turned grim. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, but now the whole truth's clear. Truth is clear. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere, going nowhere. That strange coming soon, should have read the warning in his calm. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room. waking up the Otis sweeping, and the smell of morning coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. He never once said I told you so, just help me sort the truth from the shine. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. He just smiled and shook his head, said, son, that ain't what this is about. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. You didn't come back here to hide, he said, you came back here to see. You didn't come back here to hide, he said, you came back here to see what kind of man you want to be now that the choice is finally free. I thought about Delilah's midnight train still rolling somewhere out there. I thought about Delilah's midnight train still rolling somewhere out there. Thought about every road I'd walked since, every burden I used to bear. For the first time since that night she left, I didn't feel the ache the same. For the first time since that night she left, I didn't feel the ache the same. It had turned to something quieter, more like a well-worn, honest name. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. Big Sam pulled out an old-worn map, spread it across the bar. Big Sam pulled out an old-worn map, spread it across the bar. Said there's towns out there ain't never heard a note from your guitar. You could stay here safe with me and Otis, play it easy, play it slow. You could stay here safe with me and Otis, play it easy, play it slow. Or you could go find out what kind of music comes from a man who chooses where he'll go. I sat with that map a long while, tracing roads I'd never walked, towns with names I couldn't pronounce, rivers I'd only heard about in songs. And I realized something Big Sam had been trying to teach me since the very first night he found me singing on that street corner. The music was never about ending up anywhere. It was about the walking itself. The towns, the strangers, the barrooms and the porches, the heartbreak turned to sound. Delilah's leaving put me on this road, Rosalie. And Ray tried to build me a cage along the way, but the road was always mine, every mile of it, whether I could see that or not. I folded that map and looked at Big Sam. I ain't running this time, I told him I'm choosing. He nodded slow, poured us both one more drink and said, that's the only kind of leaving that ever amounts to anything, son. In my hand, Big Sam and Otis both walked out to see me off across that land. Don't be a stranger, Big Sam said, voice a little rough and low. Don't be a stranger, Big Sam said, voice a little rough and low. This town will still be standing whenever you got somewhere to go. I hugged him tight, an old man's arm still steadier than my own. I hugged him tight, an old man's arm still steadier than my own. Thanked him for every lesson, every warning he had shown. The highway stretched out wide. I walked out past the edge of town where the highway stretched out wide. No contract, no green-eyed woman, just the open road and my own stride. Oh, this is where the story bends, and I'm choosing where to go, where to go. This is where the story bends, and only I get to say how it flowed. How it flowed. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a road everywhere I go. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I stayed 3 days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room, waking up the odor sweet and the smell of moan coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. He never once said I told you so, just help me set the truth from the shine. This is where the story bends, back to the roads I used to know. This is where the story bends, but I ain't the same man I was though. I carry Memphis in my bones now, everywhere I go. I asked Big Sam what he thought I should do, stay here or head back out. I asked Big Days at the Copper Kettle, sleeping in the same old room, waking up the odor sweet and the smell of money coming through. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. Big Sam and I sat every evening talking low past closing time. A friend one rainy afternoon. I sat down with a lawyer friend of a friend one rainy afternoon. Handed him that contract I'd been carrying like a tune. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. He read it slow, adjusted his glasses, didn't say a word for a while. Then looked at me and said, son, I gotta ask you something, with a troubled kind of smile. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. He said Ray Kingston owns the masters, owns the name you sing under too. He said Ray Kingston owns the masters, owns the name you sing under too. Every dollar that record's making, only a nickel's coming back to you. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. I sat there staring at that paper like it was a stranger's face. Thought about the nights I trusted him, every handshake, every embrace. I thought about the day he found me, coffee steaming in his the day he found me, coffee steaming in his hand. Called himself the man who'd help me, never said he owned the land. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. There's a fine print hiding in the paper, small enough to miss. Says my name's the only thing that's mine in all of this. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. I went and found Rosalie, told her everything I'd learned. She just shrugged and said, that's business, Jesse. That's just how it's earned. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold. Something in her voice that evening sounded rehearsed and cold. Like she'd known the truth all along and never once had told. I stood outside that lawyer's office a long while, rain coming down soft. And I thought about Big Sam's letter, about the warning he gave me that night before I signed. Read every line, trust the music, not the man. I hadn't listened, I was too busy chasing lights and applause to notice the hand reaching into my pocket while it shook mine. I thought about going back to Ray, demanding answers, tearing up that paper. But something colder settled in me instead, a kind of quiet. I realized I didn't know who I was without the crowd anymore, and Ray knew that better than I did. That's the real fine print, I reckon. The part of a man he sells before he ever touches the contract. He just smiled that easy smile, said, kid, you signed it, it exists. You want out, you're free to leave, he said, but you'll leave with empty hands. He said the name Jesse Cole, the songs you wrote, the mine understand. I stood there shaking, fist clenched tight, but the room had gone so still. He built a cage around my voice and dressed it up in gold until second week in Clarksville now. Folks starting to know my face. Still don't know where I'm sleeping most nights, but my case ain't empty no more. Morning crowd comes shuffling by with coffee in their hand. Morning crowd comes shuffling by with coffee in their hand. Some folks stop and listen, some just walk on where they stand. An old woman dropped $1, said, son, you got the gift. An cap stopped and leaned against the wall. A fella in a flat cap stopped and leaned against the wall. Said, boy, that voice of yours could fill a room twice this small. I looked him up and down, he had a fiddle on his back. I looked him up and down, he had a fiddle on his back. Said his name was Big Sam and he'd been down this very track. Well, I'm counting coins in the case, watching silver turn to green. Well, I'm counting coins in the case, watching silver turn to green. Ain't rich, but I'm richer than a man who's never sung a thing. He said, kid, I've been playing juke joints since before you had your name. He said, kid, I've been playing juke joints since before you had your name. Got a room above a bar tonight, you're welcome to the same. Now, I ain't had a stranger offer me a kindness in a long, long while. So I looked at Big Sam and I asked him straight, why you helping me? He just laughed, this big rolling laugh, and said, 'cause somebody helped me, boy, back when I was walking same as you. Whiskey in my belly and a broken heart for a compass. You got the hunger, I can hear it in how you hit them strings. Like you're still trying to prove something to a girl who ain't listening no more. Come on, let an old man show you what this guitar's really for. Colors bled. So I follow Big Sam through the streets as evening colors bled, to a bar with a busted sign that read the copper kettle overhead. He said, tonight you're playing with me, don't you dare hold back. He said, tonight you're playing with me, don't you dare hold back. First time since the light had left, I felt like I was on the right track. Going down the street. Yeah, this here's the start of something good. Watched a stranger's foot start to go. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. The waitress turned it up for me, didn't know that voice was mine. I just sat there grinning quiet, feeling warm from head to spine. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields becoming Memphis's brightest star. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Ray came busting through my door with a stack of papers in his hand. Say, kid, the phone's been ringing off the across the land. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields becoming Memphis's brightest star. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. Rosalie bought herself a new red dress, said we gotta look the part. I laughed and told her money don't mean much, but she just rolled her eyes, sweetheart. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. I called up Big Sam from a payphone on the corner of the street. He didn't say much, just good for you, son. His voice sounded incomplete. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. I'm spinning on the air now, in every house and car. Jesse Cole from the cotton fields becoming Memphis's brightest star. Shows in Nashville, Little Rock and Baton Rouge. Red booked me shows in Nashville, Little Rock and Baton Rouge. Said this is just the beginning, kid. Wait till the whole South's got the blues. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. I hardly had a minute to catch my breath between the shows. Slept in cars and cheap hotels, but Lord, my star just kept in rows. Somewhere between Nashville and Little Rock, I stopped counting the miles. Started counting crowds instead. 500 here, 1,000 there. Folks singing my own words back at me louder than I could sing them myself. It should have felt like everything I ever wanted. And for a while, Lord help me, it did. But late at night, in some strange hotel room, guitar laying next to me, like the only friend who really knew me anymore. I think about Big Sam's fiddle humming soft in the copper kettle, and I'd wonder when exactly the music stopped being about the hurt and started being about the crowd. I didn't have an answer. I just kept packing my bag for the next town. Always just to catch the eye. Rosalie started traveling with me, always just to catch the eye. Ray was always closing deals, counting money on the slide. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Somewhere along that endless highway, I lost track of what was true. Started believing my own name in lies more than the boy I used to know. Another stage, another life. Every town looked just the same. Another stage, another life. I'd search the crowd, sometimes half open, to see Delilah in the light. I'm spinning on the air now, but who's the man they hear? Who's the man? I'm spinning on the air now, further gone with every year. Every year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, but I'm losing who was standing here. Wide and slow, I rode in the Mittender with the Mississippi, wide and slow. Found a bar down by the levee with a lantern light hung low. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. Said, you play that thing for real, or you just wasting my time. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. The room went quiet, slow around me, like they sensed I'd bring the light. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. Songs about the midnight train. I played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train, songs about a cage of gold and every ounce of hard-earned pain. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. Said, boy, you're singing my whole life, and I ain't never told a soul, but you just testified. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Ain't heard truth like that in this room since my late husband's final vows. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I played the near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. I played on near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. But every song felt lighter than the one that came before it, like shedding skin. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Man who plays like that deserves a roof, deserves a chance to plant a seed. I laid awake that night in Miss Odessa's back room, listening to the river, moving slow past the window, and I thought about something that old riverboat man said to me. You're singing my whole life. That's when it hit me clear, clearer than it ever had in Memphis. With all them lights and all them numbers, Ray kept counting. The music was never about making myself into somebody bigger. It was about giving folks a place to put down what they'd been carrying alone. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's silence, Ray's fine print, all of it had just been teaching me how to carry other people's hurt inside a song. Gentle enough they could finally set their own hurt down for a minute. I thought about Big Sam's words about the blues not coming from applause. I understood him fully now, laying in that quiet room by the river. The blues comes from being honest enough to let a stranger see you clear. This little bar got full of word spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding its way around. I told her the road still called me soft, and now less like a frown. Said this town's further on, I need a song they ain't heard yet. She smiled and said, well, don't be a stranger, Jesse, this river don't forget. One night in Vicksburg turned a minute, and I'm grateful for them all. One night in Vicksburg taught me something bigger than any concert hall. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and Rivertown I'll always recall. I stayed down on that little stage, playing every single night. I stayed in Vicksburg 2 more weeks, playing every single night. Miss Odessa's little bar got full of words spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding. It was deep into the autumn when June's pains began. It was deep into the autumn when June's pains began. I ran for the midwife barefoot, the guitar left behind, just a running man. Loretta came to sit with her steady hands and steady voice. Loretta came to sit with her steady hands and steady voice. Told me men wait outside for this one, Jesse ain't really got a choice. The night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. Willie sat with me the whole night through, passing round a flask of rye. Willie sat with me the whole night through, passing round a flask of rye. Said I remember pacing just like this, thought that I would die. The night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. I was past like they were years, the sun came up, a sound cut through the air, a crying, wailing, beautiful sound, answer to my every prayer. Loretta came out smiling wide, said, "Come on in and see." Loretta came out smiling wide, said, "Come on in and see." I ran inside with shaking hands, heart pounding, fierce and free. Yeah, the night our boy was born, I paced that porch till dawn. The night our boy was born, every fear I'd ever known was drawn right up to the surface, waiting on a first cry to come along. Junie lay there tired and glowing, holding something small and new. Junie lay there tired and glowing, holding something small and new. She looked up at me smiling, said, "Jesse, come meet him, come on through." I sat down slow beside the bed, hands too rough for something so small. I sat down slow beside the bed, hands too rough for something so small. She placed him in my arms so gentle, and I forgot my fears, forgot them all. I held that boy in my arms, and I couldn't find a single word for a long, long while. I thought about my own daddy, about the guitar he left me, about every hard road that guitar carried me down before it ever led me here. I thought about Delilah's midnight train, about how far that heartbreak had pushed me before it finally turned into something worth finding. I looked down at my son, tiny fingers wrapped around my thumb, and I made him the same kind of promise my daddy probably made to me. Without ever saying it out loud, I promised I'd teach him every honest thing I'd learned the hard way, so maybe he wouldn't have to learn it quite so hard himself. Junie watched me with tears in her eyes and said, "What are we naming him, Jesse?" I didn't even have to think on it. Samuel. I said, "Samuel Cole." After the man who taught his daddy what the blues was really for. And that's the finest thing that this old fiddler knows. Willie Marks came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm. Willie Marks came by that evening, passed the boy from arm to arm, said, "Welcome to the world, little Sam. May you grow up free from home." Watching him breathe soft and steady, singing low till near the break of dawn. The night our boy was born changed me more than any state, more than any state. The night our boy was born turned a brand new honest page, a brand new page. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a son to guide through every age. Saturday in June. The whole town gathered at the little church on a Saturday in June. Willie stood up as my best man, Marcus playing a wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Said, Jesse Cole, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junie walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. I forgot every word I'd practiced, just stood there, struck by the sight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. Her daddy spoke the words over us, voice steady, eyes gone soft. I thought about my own daddy, watching somewhere up aloft. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. I thought about the porch back home where this old guitar first learned my hand. Wished he could have seen this day, wished he could understand. But I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. I carried him there with me in the 6 strings on my back. Every lesson that he taught me got me down this very track. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, and Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Big Sam made the trip from Clarksville, fiddle tucked beneath his arm. Said, wouldn't miss this for the world, boy, wouldn't miss seeing you find your calm. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. He played a song outside the church while folks threw rice up in the air. Old Otis sent his blessing too, said the kettle wished us well from there. Standing there with Junie's hand in mine, watching Big Sam's fiddle dance under the Mississippi sun, I thought about every mile that brought me to this exact moment. Delilah's empty house, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Ray Kingston's cold office, Rosalie's silence, the long walk back to a town I thought I'd lost forever. None of it felt like wasted time anymore. It felt like a road that had to bend through every one of them places to lead me here, to a church full of people who love me plain and honest, to a woman who never once needed me to be anybody but myself. Big Sam caught my eye across the churchyard and gave me a nod, the same nod he gave me the very first day he found me singing on the corner. I understood it now the way I couldn't back then. Some men build you up, some men just walk beside you till you find your own way up. The reception spilled out into Loretta's yard, tables full of food and song. The reception spilled out into Loretta's yard, tables full of food and song. Willie and Marcus led the band, playing loud and playing long. Junie's daddy danced with his daughter. Theirs he wouldn't quite explain. I danced with Loretta after, thanking her again and again. Never straight. Jackson wedding bells are ringing. Now she's carrying my name. My wedding bells are ringing. They never felt so free ashamed. Jackson wedding bells are ringing. They never felt so free ashamed. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, let me down. Her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Willie stood up as my best man, and Marcus playing the wedding tune. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Loretta cried before the service even had a chance to start. Said Jessica, I always knew you had a good and honest heart. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, ringing out across the town. Jackson wedding bells are ringing, Lord, I can't stop smiling now. Every road that ever hurt me led me right here, led me down. Oh, Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in white. Junior walked in on her daddy's arm, dressed simple, dressed in black. Willie stood up as my best man. Just as the sun began to fall, we rolled into Jackson just as the sun began to fall. I jumped out for the truck had even stopped, didn't wait for Willie's call. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew. Junie was sitting right there on the porch like she already knew the exact hour I'd come walking up that road, straight back to you. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. She didn't jump up running, didn't make a big old scene. Just patted the step beside her, calm as a Sunday morning serene. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Sitting on the porch steps, watching the evening settle slow. Ain't no crowd, ain't no bright lights, just a feeling I finally know. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. I sat down close beside her, guitar resting at my feet. She looked at me a long moment and said, "You look tired but complete." I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. I told her about Birmingham, about turning down that steady pay. She just nodded slow and quiet like she'd know I'd choose this way. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, it wasn't my place to bend your road. I wasn't gonna ask you to stay, she said, it wasn't my place to bend your out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Loretta brought us out some tea, didn't linger, left us be. Well, they hollered from the yard, don't wait too long now, cold to speak honestly. I laughed and looked over at June, feeling braver than before. I laughed and looked over at June, feeling braver than before. Took her hand there on the porch steps, didn't need to say much more. I told Junie everything that evening. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's lies, Ray Kingston's fine print, every mile of road that led me finally to that exact porch step. She listened close, didn't flinch, didn't try to fix nothing or make it prettier than it was. When I finished, she just squeezed my hand and said, "Sounds like the road was teaching you something the whole time, Jesse. Sounds like maybe you needed to lose a few things before you knew what was worth keeping." I thought about my daddy's guitar, about Big Sam's warning, about every hard lesson wrapped up in 6 strings and a busted heart. And I thought, sitting there with Junie's hand in mine, that maybe this was what all that walking had been leading toward. Not fame, not money, not even redemption exactly. Just a porch, an honest woman, and a peace I hadn't known I was chasing. Across the sky, the stars came out slow above us, one by one across the sky. Junie hummed an old hymn soft and I hummed along, didn't know why. I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? I asked her, would you mind if I stayed a while, not just passing through? She smiled and said, "Jesse Cole, I've been minding that since I first heard you sing true." Stay a while now. Stay a while now. Ooh, we sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. We sat there talking long past midnight, the porch light burning low. For the first time in a long, long while, I wasn't making to go. Sitting on the porch steps, and for once I ain't in a hurry to leave. Sit on the porch steps, learning how to simply believe. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a heart that finally can breathe. From a hotel room in a town I can't recall. I wrote to Junie from a hotel room in a town I can't recall. Told about the crowd that night, how the music filled the hall. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. She wrote me back in careful hand, telling about her days at home. Simple words about the garden, about the hymn she hummed alone. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Willie teased me something fierce whenever Mail called up with us. Willie teased me something fierce whenever Mail called up with us. Said, Cole, you're reading that letter slower than the whole darn book. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. Marcus laughed along beside him, said, little sister's got him good. I just smiled and folded up the letter, kept it tucked beneath my hood. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. We played a run through Alabama, towns I'd never seen before. Every crowd a little bigger, word spreading out from door to door. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn. But every night before I slept, I'd think of that porch and that hummed hymn, wondering if a road this long could still lead back again to her and him. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. A promoter in Birmingham offered a residency, steady pay each week. I thought about staying put a while, thought about what my heart might seek. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. Willie said residency's good money, Jesse, but I know that look you got. That's the look of a man who already knows where his heart's tied in a knot. I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Birmingham, that residency offer in my hand. Good money, steady work, everything a traveling man's supposed to want. After 2 years on the circuit, and all I could think about was Junie's handwriting, careful and plain, telling me about her garden, like it was the most important news in the world. Funny how a man can chase applause across 3 states and call it freedom, and then realize the thing he's really been chasing is a porch, a hummed hymn sung slightly wrong, and somebody who never once needed him to be anybody but exactly who he already was. I thought about Delilah's note on that kitchen table, watching you stay the same. Maybe this was different. Maybe wanting to go home to somebody wasn't staying the same at all. Maybe it was the whole point of everything the road had been teaching me. Started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. On that porch, girl, I'm coming Tennessee, told the promoter, not this time. I turned down the residency, told the promoter, not this time. Well, he just grinned and started up the truck, didn't need to ask me why. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. We finished out the run through Alabama, every show still true and bright. But my mind was already back in Jackson, counting down the days and nights. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. I wrote Junie one last letter before we turned the truck around. Told her save me a seat on that porch, girl, I'm coming back to town. There's letters passing between towns now, folding up my heart in every line. There's letters passing between towns now, and I read them one more time. Every word she sends feels steadier than any bottle of wine. Will it tease me something fierce whenever Mel comes up with us? Will it? Position men arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Jesse watches from the window as they hook up to the car. The moon-colored Cadillac that once made him feel like royalty rolls away behind a tow truck, disappearing near and far. Calloway's lawyers say the debts have finally caught the numbers. Say the labels cutting losses, say the contracts are now in doubt. Jesse packs the things he still can call his own inside a suitcase, 6 strings and a photograph, and not much else about. Frank the driver shakes his hand, says sorry Mr. Cole, says he's got another job now driving for a different star. Jesse thanks him for the kindness, talk. Watches one more piece of Nashville shrinking smaller, shrinking far. He checks out of the hotel with the manager watching careful, counting every towel, every ashtray, every little thing. Jesse used to tip in 20s, used to laugh at all their fussing. Now he counts his own thin wallet like a man who's counting strings. Miss Hattie finds him in the lobby, quiet, sets an envelope, says it's not much severance, but she wanted him to know that some folks still remember kindness underneath the ruin. Jesse thanks her, doesn't cry, though his eyes are close to those. He walks out to the station where he'd walked in years before. Different suitcase, different man, tracks remain the same. Buys a one-way ticket south this time instead of north to fortune. Whispers to himself the sound of his own given name. And the station clock keeps ticking, same as ever, cold and slow. And the midnight train arriving is the only friend Jesse knows. 6 strings and a suitcase, midnight train is calling. Whiskey glass left broken in a hotel far behind. 6 strings and a suitcase, everything is falling. But something feels like honesty for the first time in my mind. An old man on the platform strikes up a conversation easy. Says you look like someone I might have heard on the radio. Jesse almost laughs, says he used to be, don't know if I still am. The old man shrugs and says, well, son, seems like a hard road. The train pulls in with steam and steel the way it always has. Jesse climbs aboard with nothing but his suitcase and his name. No driver, no assistant, no Loretta and no Ray now. Just a rattling window seat and the Delta calling him again. Somewhere around the Kentucky line, Jesse pressed his head against the glass, the same way he had 3 years before, riding the opposite direction.
full of hope and a business card and the future he thought he understood. Now the future was behind him, or maybe it never existed. The way he'd pictured it, maybe the whole shining Nashville dream had just been a longer, prettier version of a whiskey glass. Something a man drinks to feel bigger than he is, until one morning he wakes up and the bottle's empty, and so is he. Jesse thought about his daddy again, the way he always did. When the world got too loud to think straight in. His daddy had never owned a Cadillac, never owned a diamond ring, never signed a contract he didn't read 3 times over first. And yet somehow, on that porch in Clarksdale, that man had seemed richer than anybody Jesse met in Nashville. Jesse didn't know yet if he could get back to that kind of rich. But for the first time in a long while, riding that rattling train through the dark, he wanted to try. The conductor calls the station, same as any other evening. Jesse watches farmland roll by darker than before. He thinks of Big Sam's juke joint, thinks of Clarksdale's dusty roads, thinks that maybe going backward is the only way to move forward anymore. Daddy's guitar is all I kept from everything I chased. 6 strings and a suitcase, I'm going back to face it. Dawn breaks slow across the fields, it's Mississippi news. Jeff's eyes stay open, watching red play come in view. 6 strings and his lap, the suitcase by the noose, to the only truth he knew. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside the hotel entrance. Repossession and arrive at dawn outside.
Sat right up front at the kettle, underneath the dim red light. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. She said she liked the way I hit them strings so full of pain. Said a voice like mine could make a grown man dance in the rain. I still ain't warm. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing. She'd wait by the stage door every night I finished playing, whispering sweet words that had my better sense delaying. I still ain't warm. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. Big Sam pulled me aside one night, said, boy, I seen her before. She run with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. I told Big Sam I hear you, but my heart don't listen well. Been so long since somebody looked at me and broke that lonesome spell. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Oh, Rosalie, Rosalie, you got them green eyes like a storm. Big Sam warned me about your kind, but Lord, I still ain't warm. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. That's when I met the man himself, come strutting through the door. Short suit, gold ring, a smile that seemed to promise so much more. Ray walked up to me easy, shook my hand like we were old friends. Heard you're the one lighting up the kettle these days, he said. Got an ear for talent, Jesse Cole, I know people, real people. Promoters up in Memphis looking for a sound just like yours. Rosalie stood there smiling like she already knew the ending to this story. Big Sam just watched from the bar, didn't say a word. But I saw his jaw tighten up like he was biting back a warning. He already gave me once and knew I wasn't gonna hear again. I shook Ray's hand anyway, Lord help me, I shook his hand. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Ray bought around for the whole room, said drinks are on me tonight. Rosalie slid in close beside me, said don't he treat you right. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head inside. I looked over at Big Sam, he just shook his head inside. I was too caught up in the shine to see what he was trying to hide. Watch out now. anything I'd ever rode in my life. Grace car was shinier than anything I'd ever rode in my life. Rosalie up front, singing along, cutting through the morning like a knife. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. We passed the fields where I once picked cotton till my hands turned raw. I pressed my face against the window, tried to swallow all I saw. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. We talked the whole way up there about the studio and the sound. Said they're gonna hear you, Jesse Cole, all across this town and beyond. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. I thought about Big Sam standing in the doorway, arms crossed tight. Didn't wave goodbye, just watched us drive off into the light. Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." Rosalie squeezed my hand and said, "Don't you look back now, baby." But something in my chest kept aching like an old familiar melody. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Highway to Memphis, rolling under a Delta sun. Leaving everything behind me for a life that's just begun. Well, we stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We stopped for gas outside of town, I didn't know the name. We bought cigarettes and coffee, said, "Kid, ain't nothing gonna be the same." I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. I stepped outside and stretched my legs, looked up at the wide open sky. Wondered if Delilah ever saw this same road when she said goodbye. There's a strange kind of quiet that comes over a man when he realizes he's already too far gone to turn around. I stood by that gas station, 6 strings resting against my leg, and I thought about every road that brought me here. The midnight train that took Delilah, the crossroads outside Clarksville, Big Sam's hand on my shoulder, the first night he called me something more than a stranger. Ray honked the horn, said, "Come on, Jesse. Memphis, don't wait for nobody." I climbed back in that car, Rosalie smiled at me like I was already famous. I smiled back, but my heart was still standing at the gas station, watching the road behind me disappear into the dust. By the time we hit the city lights, my hands had gone half numb. By the time we hit the city lights, my hands had gone half numb. Memphis rose up all around us like the beat of a giant drum. Neon signs and blaring horns, more people than I'd ever seen. Neon signs and blaring horns, more people than I'd ever seen. We grinned wide and said, "Welcome
felt it pound. Highway to Memphis, and now the highway's done. Highway to Memphis, under a brand new rising sun. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a whole new race to run.
Duffel backpack with everything he owns, a shirt, a razor, and a photograph gone thin. Jesse stands alone on the platform in the rain, watching the signal light turn from red to green. Big Sam ain't here, said his goodbyes back at the bar. Said a man walks his own road when the road calls his name. Jesse's got a card in his pocket, worn from touching, and a harmonica silver with Big Sam's initials engraved. The station clock reads 11:51. 9 more minutes till the whole world starts to turn. Jesse thinks about the Delta and the cotton fields behind him. Thinks about the fires that a young man's gotta burn. An old woman on the bench is humming something holy. A soldier sleeping with his cap pulled to his eyes. Jesse holds his guitar case like it's holding him together, and he watches how the steam curls up against the sky. Somewhere back in Clarksdale, Delilah's just a memory, a photograph, a name he don't say out loud no more. Somewhere back at the juke joint, Big Sam's pouring whiskey, wondering if the boy he raised would find what he's looking for. And the whistle's getting closer, and his heartbeat's getting loud, and there ain't no turning backward once you're standing in the crowd. Midnight train to Memphis, 6 strings on my back, whiskey glass left empty on the table in the past. Midnight train to Memphis, ain't looking down the track. I'm chasing something bigger, and I'm chasing it real fast. The conductor calls a boarding land and swinging in his hand. Jesse takes one long look at the town he's leaving cold. Every porch light, every steeple, every dirt road that he's walked, getting smaller in the darkness, like a story getting told. He climbs the steps with his boots still muddy from the rain, finds a window seat where the glass is cool against his palm. The whistle screams so loud it rattles every bone inside him, and the wheels start turning slow, then they turn into a song. Jesse pressed his forehead to that window glass and watched Mississippi disappear behind a curtain of rain and smoke. He thought about his daddy, dead 6 years now, who used to say a guitar was just a voice for the things a man couldn't say with his mouth. He thought about the calluses on his fingers, built up from 100 nights in rooms just like the one he left. And he thought about Mr. Calloway's card, still creased from where he'd folded and unfolded it. dozen times just to make sure it was real. Memphis was 300 miles of dark track away, and Jesse didn't know a single soul in that city. No bar, no room, no friendly face, just a name on a business card and a promise that might turn out to be nothing more than smoke. But the wheels were already turning, and there wasn't a man alive who could stop this train now, least of all Jesse Cole. Oh, the passengers are sleeping, heads against the glass. Jesse pulls his 6 strings closer like a child. He's got a guard. He thinks about the label, thinks about the money, thinks about a stage instead of a splintered juke joint yard. Yeah! The train wheels clatter one way, on and on and on. Jesse's harmonica answers, on and on and on. Steel against steel, breath against reed, 2 voices riding the rhythm of everything he needs. Midnight train to Memphis, 6 strings on my back, whiskey glass left empty, I ain't looking down that track. Midnight train to Memphis, city lights up ahead, 6 strings singing louder than the doubts inside my head. Big Sam's blessing riding with me, Delilah's fading light. Midnight train to Memphis, I'm gonna make it right. The dawn is breaking pink and gray across the Tennessee line. Jesse's eyes stay open, watching Memphis come in view. 6 strings resting on his lap, harmonica in his pocket, whiskey glass forgotten. There's a whole new life to choose. Hey! The tour keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtains, same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Rig books the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves her off and says this is what the people pay. She watches from the wings each night with worry in her posture, watching how his hands now shake before the whiskey's laid. A woman finds him after shows now, different every city. Says she loves his music, says she's followed him for years. Jesse's lonely in the crowd of 10,000 people cheering. Sometimes lets the loneliness dissolve into severed fears. Loretta finds a lipstick on a collar in Ohio. Doesn't say a word but packs a bag before the dawn. Jesse wakes up to a note instead of her beside him. I love the boy from Clarksdale, I don't know where he's gone. He reads it twice and sets it down and reaches for the whiskey. Third one of the morning, doesn't count them anymore. Ray walks in with schedules, doesn't ask about Loretta. Just says we got Cleveland tonight and shuts the hotel door. And the rooms all start to blur now, and the faces start to fade. And somewhere back in Clarksdale, there's a debt he hasn't paid. 6 strings and too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. Whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings and too many rooms, everything feels rotten. I used to know the reason why I sing, but now I doubt. Big Sam writes another letter, this one shorter than the last. Says, I heard about the girl, son, I'm sorry that she's gone. A man can't chase the whole world and hold on to what matters. You're running faster, Jesse, but I fear you're running wrong. Jesse folds the letter smaller than the ones before it, puts it with the others in a drawer he doesn't check. Ray knocks again with contracts, bigger numbers, bigger cities. Jesse signs without much reading, adds another check. Somewhere around Cleveland, in a room that looked exactly like every other room he'd slept in for the past 6 months. Jesse woke up at 4 in the morning and didn't know what city he was in. He lay there in the dark listening to his own heartbeat and realized he couldn't remember the last time he played guitar just because he wanted to. Not for a crowd, not for a check, not for Callaway, not even for himself, just for the simple joy of a chord ringing true in an empty room. He thought about Loretta's note, folded somewhere in his jacket pocket, but the paper going soft from how many times he'd unfolded it and read it again. He thought about Delilah on that first midnight train, so many years and so many rooms ago. He thought, when did leaving become the only thing I know how to do? He didn't have an answer, he just lay there until the sun came up gray through the curtains. And then he got up and got dressed, because there was a show that night. And the show, Ray always said, the show must go on. Cleveland's crowd don't know Loretta's gone, don't know about the letters, don't know the whiskey glasses stacking higher every night. They just want the music, want the diamond prince performing. Jesse gives it to them high as the hollow out of sight. County room calls out, where'd everybody go? Jess's harmonica answers, quiet and slow. Silence and retangled in the hollow air, two sounds searching for a love that isn't there. 6 strings and too many rooms, midnight train forgotten. A whiskey glass keeps filling up while everything I love walks out. 6 strings and too many rooms, everything feels rotten. Big Sam's letters piling up, I can't make out. Daddy's guitar is heavy now with everything I lost. 6 strings and too many rooms, I'm counting up the cost. Cleveland empties out at midnight, buses waiting in the rain.
Jesse climbs aboard alone, but read his note still creaks. 6 strings in the seat beside him, like the last true friend he's got. Riding on to one more city, one more show, one more feast. Oh, the talk keeps rolling on through cities Jesse can't recall. St. Louis blurs to Kansas City, blurs to who knows where. Every hotel room, the same gold curtain, the same tall mirror. Every whiskey glass refilled by hands that seem to care. Red books, the schedule tighter, says strike while the iron's hot. 3 shows a week becomes near 5, then 6 without a rest. Jesse's voice grows rougher, but the crowds don't seem to notice. They just want the diamond prince to give them all his best. Loretta tries to slow him, says you're running yourself thin. Jesse waves it off and says this is what the people.
10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. 10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. Woke up in Baton Rouge this morning, couldn't recall where I'd been the day before. Ray slid a paper across the table, said sign here one more year. Ray slid a paper across the table, said sign here one more year. I signed it without reading close, my mind was somewhere far from here. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. Told the driver stop the car a minute, let this old feeling unload. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. My fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. Thought about my mama's hands and how different they were from mine. Roadly called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. Roadly called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. But something in that cotton field kept begging me to stay. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. Told him about the lights and crowds, but couldn't fake a smile. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. He wrote back just a few short lines, words warm but bittersweet. Big Sam's letter said, Jesse, the kettle's still standing, still smells the same. Still got that crack in the floor where you used to tap your foot. Folks ask about you sometimes, I tell them you're doing just fine. Selling records, filling up them big arenas. But I hope somewhere in all that shine, you still remember that the blues don't come from applause, son, it comes from truth. And I worry sometimes, way out here, that you're trading one for the other.
I read that letter maybe 10 times that night, sitting alone in a hotel room 3 states from anywhere I called home. Rosalie asleep in the next room, Ray's contract sitting on the dresser. And for the first time in a long time, I picked up my guitar and played something nobody paid to hear. Something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. I got back in that car anyway, headed for the next bright town. I got back in that car anyway, headed for the next bright town. But part of me stayed standing in that cotton field, looking down. There's a delta in my blood still, but I'm drifting further each day. There's a delta in my blood still, but I don't know the way. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a home I can't repair. Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days of waiting on the promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying, soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubt sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that air in trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, and Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. Telegram arrives from Memphis from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the account in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels the door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where'd $10,000 go? Ray's smile finally drops completely, and something older surfaces, a tiredness of bitterness Jesse's never seen him wear. Says, you want the truth, Jesse? I got debts, I got a family. You got everything so easy, I just took my fair share. And the roadies stop their working, and the room goes cold and still,
place left to hide.
Jesse asked the question that's been burning since the lobby. Fair share of what, Ray?
I gave you work, I gave you trust.
Ray just shakes his head and says,
You never asked what I was owed for,
carrying your bags for years
while you collected all the dust.
The words cut deeper
Than the money ever could have, and Jesse
feels the old friendship crumbling into something cold and strange. Ray says he's leaving, says he's done, says Jesse can keep his diamonds. Walks out through the stage door and don't ever look again.
Jesse stood there in the empty backstage hallway for a long time. After Ray's footsteps had faded down the corridor and out into the Dayton night, the roadies had gone quiet, pretending to be busy with cables and cases, giving him the kind of privacy people give a man who's just watched something break that can't be fixed. He thought about all the years, Clarksdale, the dirt roads, the porch steps, the half-a-sandwich afternoons, and wondered if any of it had been as real as he remembered, or if Ray had been keeping score the whole time.
Counting up some debt Jesse never knew he owed. Maybe that's what money did to people.
Maybe it didn't create
the greed, the resentment, the quiet keeping score. Maybe it just
gave it somewhere to finally show itself.
Jesse thought about his daddy's guitar,
still safe in its case,
the one thing in his whole life
that had never once asked him for anything he couldn't give. He picked it up and held it close, right there in the empty hallway. And for the first time since Loretta left, he let himself cry.
Calloway finds out by morning, furious about the money, says they'll handle it with lawyers.
Says Ray Cole, no wait, Ray Doss will pay. Jesse just sits quiet through the meeting, doesn't care much for the details. Feels like something bigger than the money slipped away. In her eyes, Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way. Tells himself that air in trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the hand in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping. Feels a door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where $10,000 go. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Just playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger wearing no friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, From the bank, Miss Hattie flagged. Says the accountant questions now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snap, feels a door that had been cracked, slammed shut and full.
The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosen in my chest, a weight I'd carried coming unwound. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the light, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. An old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. I told him I wasn't rightly sure, just knew I couldn't keep on this way, couldn't roam. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. The bus pulled into Clarksville just as evening colors bled. Same dusty streets, same weathered signs, same feeling I once fled. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. I walked the last few blocks on foot, guitar heavy on my back. Every step felt like unwinding time along a well-worn track. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. I saw the copper kettle sign still hanging crooked as before. My hand was shaking just a little as I reached out for that door. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. Smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. The room smelled just the same, whiskey, sawdust, and cigar. And there behind the bar stood Otis, same as always, same as far. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Otis looked up slow, did a double take, and near about dropped the glass. Jesse Cole, he said, half laughing, didn't think I'd see that face. Otis told me Big Sam still played most Fridays, still had that same corner table, still ordered the same drink he never finished, said he'd ask about me sometimes, wondering out loud if the Memphis lights had swallowed me whole. I asked if he was around tonight. Otis just smiled and nodded toward the back room, where I could hear a fiddle warming up slow and familiar, like a voice I hadn't realized how much I'd missed till I heard it again. in that doorway, a long moment, guitar case heavy in my hand, heart pounding harder than it ever did, walking on the interstate in Memphis. I thought about everything that happened since I last stood in that same spot. Delilah's midnight train, Rosalie's green eyes, Ray's fine print, the whole gilded cage of it. And here I was again, back at the start, except I wasn't the same boy who walked in the first time. Slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. I pushed the door open slow, and there sat Big Sam, fiddle in his hand. He looked up at me over his glasses, didn't seem the least bit grand. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drug back in tonight. Just said, well, look what the midnight train done drug back in tonight. I laughed first real laugh in months, and it felt exactly right. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. He waved me over to the table, so sit down, tell me where you've been. I set my guitar down easy and finally let the whole truth in. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to where the story been. I'm going back to the kettle now, back to find out what I meant. Before the lights, before the money, before the year I nearly spent. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. I told him about Rosalie, about Ray, about every mile of shine. He just listened quiet, nodded slow, and poured me out some wine. I made it back to the kettle now, and Big Sam's still right, he's still right here. I made it back to the kettle now, after a hard and costly year, a costly year. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and then a friend who still holds me dear. Well, old man sat beside me, asked if I was headed home. The bus rolled slow through towns I used to pass and race fine cars. Everything looked smaller now, though I hadn't traveled far. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. I watched the cotton fields go by, white as clouds against the ground. Felt something loosening in my chest, to wait out, carried, cotton done well. I'm going back to the kettle now.
Sleeping later, waking up before I'd rise. She started sleeping later, waking up before I'd rise. I'd catch her staring out the window with a distance in her eyes. I asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. She asked her once what's troubling her. She said nothing, I'm just tired. But tired don't explain the way her warmth has slow retired. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. She used to wait by the stage door, now she waits in the car instead. She used to wait by the stage door, now
now she waits in the car instead. Used to hang on every word I sang, now there's just quiet words unsaid. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I saw her one night on the phone, voice low back, turned to me. I saw her one night on the phone, voice low back, turned to me. Called the name Ray, fall soft between the words I couldn't see. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. I told myself it's business, that's all it's ever been. But something in my gut kept whispering what my mind wouldn't let in. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. There's a silence coming off Rosalie, colder than a Memphis rain. I keep asking what I did wrong, but she won't say it plain. I brought her flowers on Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. I brought her flowers on a Tuesday, tried to bring the old spark back. She smiled polite and thanked me kindly, but her eyes stayed on the black. I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? I asked her straight, do you still love me? Or is this just a show? She looked at me a long, long moment and said, Jesse, I don't rightly know. That answer sat heavier on me than any fine print Ray ever wrote. I'd spent so long fighting for percentages and contracts, I never stopped to ask if the woman standing next to me through it all was even still standing there for me, or just for what I'd become. I thought about Delilah, about the note she left on that kitchen table. I can't live here watching you stay the same. Funny how a man can change. So much on the outside, the suits, the crowds, the 40%, and still end up losing a woman for reasons that sound near the same. Rosalie touched my hand that night, gentle, almost sad, like she was already saying goodbye without the words to match. I ain't leaving yet, she said, but I don't know how much longer I can watch you disappear. Sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. I didn't sleep that whole night through, guitar resting on my chest. Kept replaying every word she said, searching for what I'd confess. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. By morning she was gone before I woke, no left on the stand. Said gone to clear my head a while. Jesse, try to understand. I sat there with that folded note, feeling the room grow wide. I sat there with that folded note, feeling the room grow wide, wondering if every woman in my life was destined just to leave my side. There's a silence coming on Rosalie, and now she's finally gone. There's a silence coming on Rosalie, but I gotta carry on. I got 6 strings on my shoulder and another empty dawn. cries. He showed me how to bend a note till it near about cries. That's the sound of a woman leaving. Big Sam testified. Down at the Copper Kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the Copper Kettle, where the house someone stormed. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The crowd got bigger every Friday. Word got around the town. The crowd got bigger every Friday. Word got around the town that Cold Boy's got a fire is what I heard get passed around. Down at the Copper Kettle, where the whiskey's cheap and warm. Down at the Copper Kettle, where the house someone stormed. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. A woman with green eyes and a red dress caught my stare one night. Big Sam elbowed me and laughed, said, "Boy, you ain't near alright." I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. I looked away and hit the strings, tried to keep my mind in line. But that whiskey glass in front of me kept calling out one more time. Every broken heart in Clarksville comes to hear us play till dawn. The owner man named Otis pulled me over after last call. The owner man named Otis pulled me over after last call. Said, "Cole, I'll pay you regular if you play here through the fall." Big Sam found me out back counting my first real payday. More money than I made picking cotton in a month. He didn't say congratulations, he just looked at me hard and said, "Careful now. Jesse, this town's sweet on you tonight. The sweetness turns quick when the crowd wants more than you got to give. I seen good men chase that applause till they forgot why they picked up the guitar in the first place." I laughed it off then, told him I could handle a little shine. Lord, I wish I'd listened closer to that old man that night. So I signed on regular at the Kettle Friday, Saturday night. So I signed on regular at the Kettle Friday, Saturday night. Started dreaming bigger dreams than a Delta boy had any right. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. But that green-eyed woman kept on smiling from her corner all alone. Steady wage and a green-eyed girl I can't ignore. Kept me honest to the bone. Big Sam kept teaching, kept me humble, kept me honest to the bone. But that green-eyed woman kept on smiling from the corner all alone. Down at the Copper Kettle, I ain't just passing through no more. Down at the Copper Kettle, they're calling out for an encore. Got 6 strings and a steady wage and a green-eyed girl I can't ignore. papers spread across the desk. Ray called a meeting at his office, papers spread across the desk. Said, all right, Jesse, let's talk numbers. Let's see what you think you're worth. I sat down slow, my lawyer friend beside me with his own set of notes. I sat down slow, my lawyer friend beside me with his own set of notes. Ray smiles tied around the edges like a man defending what he wrote. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. He offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. He offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. I looked him dead in the eye and said, I built that sound, Ray, I was there. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. My lawyer slid a counter off across the polished wooden desk. My lawyer slid a counter off across the polished wooden desk. Ray's face went red a moment, then he leaned back, unimpressed. You think you're bigger than the label? Bigger than the man who made you known. You think you're bigger than the label? Bigger than the man who made you known. I said, I made myself, Ray. I just let you make the phone. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. We're splitting the take now, dollar by dollar, line by line. Every number that he gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. Rosalie sat outside the office, the whole time wouldn't come inside. Rosalie sat outside the office, the whole time wouldn't come inside. When I stepped out after, her eyes looked like she'd already cried. I asked her what was wrong, she just shook her head and looked away. I asked her what was wrong, she just shook her head and looked away. Said, you're changing, Jesse, getting harder with every passing day. I told her maybe hard is what a man's gotta be in this town. I told her maybe hard is what a man's gotta be in this town. She just walked off toward the car without letting her guard down. 3 days of back and forth, Ray's lawyers arguing every clause. 3 days of back and forth, Ray's lawyers arguing every clause. I didn't back down once, held firm on every pause. Finally Ray threw up his hand, said, fine, Jesse, 40%, that's it. Finally Ray threw up his hand, said, fine, Jesse, 40%, that's it. But don't you forget who found you singing on that Clarksville strip. I shook Ray's hand that day, and for the first time in a long while, it didn't feel like signing away another piece of myself. It felt like taking one back, small as it was, 40%. Instead of a nickel, it felt like the first honest thing that had happened between us since Clarksville. But driving home that night, Rosalie quiet beside me, staring out the window like she was somewhere far from that car. I couldn't shake the feeling that winning this fight cost me something. I hadn't noticed leaving Big Sam used to say a man can win every battle and still lose the war if he ain't watching close. What kind of man he's becoming in a winning. I looked over at Rosalie, she didn't look back. I wondered, not for the first time, if she was still on my side at all, or if
she'd been counting, raised numbers right alongside him the whole time. That night I sat alone with my guitar, 40% heavier in my chest. That night I sat alone with my guitar, 40% heavier in my chest, wondering if a bigger cut or something broken still counts as something blessed. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. The blues don't come from applause, son, kept ringing like a distant note. No hard feelings, kid. Racing a bottle of whiskey over, said no hard feelings, kid. I poured a glass and stared at it long before I ever said, oh, we're splitting the take now, and I finally got a real share, a real share. We're splitting the take now, but something still ain't squared, still ain't squared. Every number that it gives me feels like he's granting me what's mine. Yeah, he offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. He offered me a quarter of the record sales, said that's more than fair. When I never bigger cutter, something broken still counts as something blessed. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. I thought of Big Sam's letter folded soft inside my coat. The blues don't come from applause, son, kept ringing like a distant note. We're saying a bottle of whiskey over, said no hard feelings, kid. We're saying a bottle of whiskey over, said
Three days on that track now, following the ghost of a train that already gone. My feet don't know nothing but forward no more. I walk till the soles of my boots wore thin. I walk till the soles of my boots wore thin. Following them rails like they lead me back to her again. Slept under a water tower, stars for a roof. Slept under a water tower, stars for a roof. 6 strings for a pillow and my daddy's dusty boots. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Left road says forget her, right road says take your time. My whiskey bottle empty, rattling in my sack. My whiskey bottle empty, rattling in my sack. Belly crying louder than the ache up in my back. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Left road says forget her, right road says take your time. I passed a farmer on a mule, he tipped his hat and stared. I passed a farmer on a mule, he tipped his hat and stared. Said, boy, you look like trouble that them city folks ain't scared. The sun was climbing higher, my shadow shrinking small. The sun was climbing higher, my shadow shrinking small, I heard a juke joint humming from behind a withered wall. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, don't know which way is mine. Left road says forget her, right road says take your time. There's a sign that read Clarksville, paint all cracked and old. There's a sign that read Clarksville, paint all cracked and old. I ain't got a nickel, but I got a story to be told. Now my daddy used to say there's a place where two roads cross, and the devil don't care which way you walkin' long as you walkin' lost. I stood there at that fork with an empty bottle and a hungry gut, and I thought about turning back, finding that midnight train, dragging Delilah home by the wrist if I had to. But something in me, something stronger than the missing her, said, Jesse, that girl gave you a gift and didn't even know it. She gave you a reason to finally play that guitar like you mean it. So I picked a road, didn't matter much which one. I picked the one with music coming off it. And I started something new. Hey, Jesse! Play that thing! Oh! Oh, I'm standing at the crossroads, but now I know it's mine. I'm standing at the crossroads, leaving her behind. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, new kind of time. Crossroads, morning light, first coin drop in that guitar case. Yeah, that's the sound of starting over. That's the sound. That's the sound. The station in Clarksdale looks smaller than a picture. Same peeling paint, same bent, same rusted overhang above. Jesse steps down slow with his suitcase and his 6 strings. Feels the delta heat wrapped around him like a memory of love. Nobody's waiting on the platform, no reporters, no fanfare. Just a dog asleep in shade and a farmer loading grain. Jesse almost laughs out loud at how the silence greets him. After years of screaming crowds, this quiet feels like rain. He walks the road toward Big Sam's, past the fields he used to walk through. Cotton bolls still white against the red clay in the sky. Every fence post, every ditch, a marker of a life before. The Cadillac and diamonds and the reasons he don't know why. Big Sam's juke joint looks the same, a little older, who's still leaning. Jesse stands outside a moment, hand upon the splintered door. Here's the sound of someone practicing a blues progression slowly. Steps inside to find Big Sam right where he'd been years before. Big Sam looks up slow, don't jump, don't shout, don't make a fuss of it. Just says, took you long enough, and nods toward an empty chair. Jesse sits down heavy with the weight of every mile behind him. Big Sam pours 2 glasses, sets one down and lets it just sit there. I ain't drinking that today, Jesse says, surprising even himself. Big Sam raises up an eyebrow, doesn't push it, doesn't pry. Just says, all right then, boy, and pours the extra back the bottle. Something in that quiet gesture nearly brings a grown man to cry. And the dust motes hanging, sunlight coming through the same old door, and the room still holds a silence Jesse thought he lost before. 6 strings coming home now, midnight train delivered, whiskey glass untouched today, a first and far too long. 6 strings coming home now, everything I've weathered led me back to where I started, back to where I still belong. Big Sam asks him careful, so what happened up in Nashville? Jesse tells him everything, the diamonds and the fall, the contracts and Loretta, and the way Ray broke the friendship. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't interrupt at all. When Jesse's finished talking, Big Sam leans back in his chair, says, sounds like Nashville taught you everything except the truth, that a man's worth ain't in diamonds, ain't in crowds or magazine covers. It's in the sound that's honest, same as when you were a youth. Big Sam got up slow, joints popping the way old joints do, and walked over to a shelf behind the bar, where he kept a few things nobody was allowed to touch. He pulled down an old photograph curled at the edges of a young man with a guitar standing on this very floor, years and years before Jesse was even born. That's me, Big Sam said, back when I thought the whole world owed me something for how good I could play. Took me near 20 years and a lot of empty rooms to figure out the world don't owe a man nothing. The music's the gift, everything else, the money, the fame, the folks who smile at you 'cause of what you can do for them. That's just weather, boy, it comes, it goes. But the music, if you treat it right, that's the one thing that stays. He set the photograph down on the bar in front of Jesse. You still got your daddy's guitar, that's more than most men ever get to keep. Don't you go losing that too. Jesse holds his daddy's guitar a little tighter after hearing, runs his fingers slow along the 6 strings, worn but true. Says, I don't know if I can build back what I had before. Big Sam smiles and says, you don't rebuild it, boy, you build it new. You build it new. Slow.
dust and retangled in the afternoon light. Two sounds remembering what it means to feel right. Six strings coming home now, midnight train delivered, whiskey glass untouched today, first and far too long. Six strings coming home now, everything I've weathered, Big Sam's here beside me, this is where I still belong. Daddy's guitar is singing like it never left this floor. Six strings coming home now, I'm not running anymore. Evening settles soft on Clarksdale, crickets starting up their song. Jesse sits out on the porch step where his story first began. Six strings resting quiet in his lap beneath the Delta star, wondering if a broken man can learn to build again. The station in Clarksdale looks smaller than he pictured. Same peel and paint, same bench, same rusted overhang above. Jesse steps down slow with his suitcase and his six strings. Feels the Delta heat wrapped around him like a memory of love. Nobody's waiting on the platform, no reporters, no fanfare, just a dog asleep in shade and a farmer loading grain. Jesse almost laughs out loud at how the silence greets him. After years of screaming crowds, this quiet feels like rain. He walks the road toward Big Sam's, past the fields he used to walk through. Cotton balls still wag against the red clay.
Past the river and the bend, word had spread beyond Vicksburg. Past the river and the bend, juke joint owner started calling out, wanting me to come and lend. My voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. My voice and six string to their weekends, fill their rooms up wall to wall. I started traveling circuit style, a different stage every single hall. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. Natchez, Jackson, then on to Hattiesburg, every room a different face. But the same kind of hunger in their eyes, the same kind of empty space. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. I started making real money now, but different than before. I started making real money now, but different than before. Every dollar had my own hands on it, wasn't skimmed off at raised back door. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat up amp, a sturdy case. I bought myself a second guitar, a beat up amp, a sturdy case. Started thinking about putting a band together, filling up the empty space. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a drummer in Jackson, name of Willie, steady hands and a steadier heart. Found a bass man outside Hattiesburg who could hold a groove from the very start. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, town to town on my own 2 feet. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, playing every barroom and side street, building up a name for myself that don't come with no deceit. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. By the time we hit Laurel, we were a real band, tied and true. Willie's drums and Marcus on the bass, holding down the groove. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Crowds got bigger every week, but this time it felt different, felt right. Wasn't Ray's machine behind it, just 3 men and an honest night. There's a difference, I was learning between being built up by somebody else's hands and building something up yourself, brick by brick, town by town. Willie and Marcus didn't answer to no contract, they answered to the music. Same as me, we split every dollar even. 3 ways, no fine print. No green-eyed woman keeping tabs on my mood for somebody else's benefit. I thought about Ray Kingston sometimes, wondered if he'd heard about the juke joint circuit buzzing with my name on it. Wondered if it burned him, knowing he didn't own a single note of what we were building. I hoped it did, but mostly I was just grateful, sitting in the back of Willie's old truck between towns, watching the Mississippi countryside roll by. For the first time finding out what it felt like to build something true, with my own 2 hands alongside men who wanted nothing from me but the music itself. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. We played 6 nights a week, some months, barely stopping to catch our breath. But every juke joint felt like family, not a single one felt like a test. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Willie's wife would cook us supper whenever we rolled back through town. Marcus taught me how to laugh again, taught me how to settle down. Wow! We started calling ourselves the Cold Trio, simple as that, plain and true. We started calling ourselves the Cold Trio, simple as that, plain and true. Word kept spreading down every road further than we ever knew. I'm riding the juke joint circuit now, and I finally got a real crew. I'm riding a juke joint circuit now, building something honest and true. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and don't come with none to see me through. Wide and slow. I rode into Vicksburg with a Mississippi wide and slow. Found a bar down by the levee where the lantern light hung low. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. Said, you play that thing for real, or you just wasting my time. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. The room went quiet, slow around me, like they sensed I'd bring the light. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. Played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train. I played them songs about Delilah, songs about the midnight train. Songs about a cage of gold and every ounce of hard-earned pain. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. An old riverboat man in the corner wiped a tear he tried to hide. Said, boy, you singing my whole life, and I ain't never told a soul, but you just testified. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Miss Odessa poured me whiskey, said that one's on the house. Ain't heard truth like that in this room since my late husband's final vows. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I played till near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. I played till near about closing time, voice near ragged, hands worn thin. But every song felt lighter than the one that came before it, like shedding skin. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Miss Odessa offered me the back room, said stay as long as you need. Man who plays like that deserves a roof, deserves a chance to plant a seed. I laid awake that night in Miss Odessa's back room, listening to the river moving slow past the window, and I thought about something that old riverboat man said to me. You singing my whole life. That's when it hit me clear, clearer than it ever had in Memphis. With all them lights and all them numbers Ray kept counting. The music was never about making myself into somebody bigger. It was about giving folks a place to put down what they've been carrying along. Delilah's leaving, Rosalie's silence, Ray's fine print, all of it had just been teaching me how to carry other people's hurt inside a song. Gentle enough that they could finally set their own hurt down for a minute. I thought about Big Sam's words about the blues not coming from applause. I understood them fully now, laying in that quiet room by the river. The blues comes from being honest enough to let a stranger see you clear. Miss Odessa's little bar got full of words, spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding its way around. Sing it true. Sing it, Jesse. Miss Odessa said one evening, you ever think of settling down? I told her the road still called me soft and mild, less like a frown. Said there's towns further on that need a song they ain't heard yet. She smiled and said, well, don't be a stranger, Jesse. This river, don't forget. One night in Vicksburg turned to many, and I'm grateful for them all. One night in Vicksburg taught me something bigger than any concert hall. Yeah, the town's got its own story. Every stranger's got a pledge. Stage, playing every single night. I stayed in Vicksburg 2 more weeks, playing every single night. Miss Odessa's little bar got full of words, spreading left and right. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. Folks came from towns I'd never heard of just to hear the Delta sound. I wasn't
chasing fame no more, but somehow fame kept finding its way around. The only one was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. The owner was a woman named Miss Odessa, sharp and kind. Said you play that thing for real, or you just wasting my time. One night in Vicksburg, down along the river's edge. One night in Vicksburg, standing on a different kind of ledge. Every town's got its own story, every stranger's got a pledge. I stepped down on that little stage, tuned my strings up nice and tight. I sat down on that little stage.
On Clarksdale with the roosters rusty crowing. Jesse wakes on Big Sam's couch, a blanket rough and thin. Reaches for his guitar first before his boots of breakfast. Something in that habit feels like breathing once again. Big Sam's already up and moving, coffee on the stovetop. Says his grits if you want some, ain't fancy like you used to. Jesse laughs, first real laugh in months, says fancy never fed me half as good as what you're cooking, Sam, and that's the honest truth. They sit out on the porch step while the morning burns off slowly. Big Sam hands him coffee, black, no sugar, just the way Jesse used to take it back before the Nashville parties, before the world convinced him playing was something to give away. A neighbor walks by slow and waves, don't ask for autographs or pictures, just says morning Sam and morning to the stranger by his side. Jesse realizes nobody here cares much about the magazine covers, feels a weight come off his shoulders, wide as Delta sky is wide. Big Sam pulls his own guitar out, says let's see what you remember. Starts a simple 12-bar blues the way he taught him years ago. Jesse joins in hesitant at first and finds the old groove waiting. Something clicks back into place he didn't know he'd let go. And nothing polished, just two men and two guitars beneath the porch roof morning light. Jesse feels his hands remembering something deeper than the fingers, a rhythm that don't need 10,000 people to feel right. And the porch boards creak familiar, and the coffee's going cold, and the music's getting simpler, getting truer, growing old. 6 strings on the porch step, midnight train still running, whiskey glass forgotten on a shelf I hardly see. 6 strings on the porch step, learning how the sunrise feels different when there's nothing that you're chasing after me. Word starts spreading slow through Clarksdale that the coal boy has come home. A few folks stop to listen when Big Sam's porch starts to play. Jesse feels a nervousness at first, like Nashville's watching, judging, then remembers these are neighbors, not reporters, and lets that fear give way. By evening, there's a small crowd gathered loose around the porch steps. Nothing like the arenas, nothing like the diamond lights. Jesse plays a song he's never played before, something new and honest about a man who lost his way and found it back some quiet night. An old woman in the small crowd, maybe 70 years old, came up to Jesse after the songs had finished and took his hand in both of hers, rough and warm. She said, "Baby, I heard you on the radio a few years back. Sounded like money. But this, what you just played on this porch, this sounds like somebody's soul." Jesse didn't know what to say to that. He thanked her, quiet, and she nodded like she understood more than he'd said out loud after she walked off into the evening. Jesse sat back down next to Big Sam and thought about all the stages, all the reviews, all the magazine covers calling him the Prince of Beale Street. None of it had ever felt as true as one old woman holding his hand on a Clarksdale porch, telling him she'd heard his soul in the music. Maybe that's what he'd lost somewhere in Nashville. Not the talent, not the six strings, just the willingness to let the soul show through them. Big Sam claps him on the shoulder once the small crowd's finally scattered. Says that's the sound I always knew was hiding in your chest. Jesse looks out at the darkening fields beyond the porch light. Says, I think I finally understand what home really meant. Slide glow, two sounds finding rhythm in the only home they know. Six strings on the porch step, midnight train still running, whiskey glass forgotten on a shelf I hardly see. Six strings on the porch step, learning how the sunrise feels different when I'm playing just for what it means to me. Big Sam here beside me, teaching me again to grow. Daddy's guitar is finally home. Finally home, finally home, finally home. Stars come out over Clarksdale, same as every night before. Jesse sits alone a moment once the porch is finally clear. Six strings resting in his lap beneath the same old sky. 50 songs of running led him back to where he's always feared and loved and steered.
My name is Jesse Cole, and this here's the night my whole life turned around. The night Delilah left. I came home from the cotton field, sun was hanging low. I came home from the cotton field, sun was hanging low. Front door standing open, but there ain't nobody home. Her dress still on the hanger, but the shoes were gone. Her dress still
Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. Steam was rising off the tracks like a ghost against the moon. I stood there like a fool boy, singing the same old tune. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? Oh, Delilah, Delilah, where'd you run to now? The porch light's still on burning, but I don't know how. I stood on that platform till the last light of that train disappeared into the dark, and I thought about my daddy, who used to say, son, a man ain't nothing but the road he walks and the song he carries. I went home that night, reached under the bed, pulled out his old guitar. 6 strings, dust thick as a Delta summer. And I made myself a promise right there in that empty house. I wasn't gonna sit and rock waiting on a woman who already left. I was gonna follow that same track Delilah rode away on, not to find her, but to find whatever's waiting for me past the edge of this town. First day of my new course. Oh, now. Oh, now. He's gone. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, I'm following that train, following home. Oh, Delilah, Delilah, I ain't the same, never the same. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and the whole wide world of pain. 6 strings, 1 road. Oh, Delilah, this here's just the beginning, just the beginning of the blues. The doors of Starlight Sound swung open to a world I'd never known. The doors of Starlight Sound swung open to a world I'd never known. Wires and microphones and men in suits, more machines than I'd ever been shown. A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, so you're the one Ray found. A man named Mr. Hargrove shook my hand, said, so you're the one Ray found. Let's hear that Delta fire. Everybody's talking around this town. Under the Starlight Sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the Starlight Sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. I stepped up to do that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. I stepped up to that microphone with my daddy's guitar in hand. My fingers shook a little, trying hard to understand. Under the Starlight Sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the
of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. I closed my eyes and thought of Delilah, thought of that midnight train. Thought of Big Sam's steady hands and every word of his refrain. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. And when I hit that first chord, something in the room went still. Even Ray stopped smiling wide, felt a kind of honest chill. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. Under the starlight sound, they're waiting on my voice. One take to prove I'm worth it. One take, there ain't no other choice. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Mr. Hargrove leaned back slow, a smile creeping across his face. Said, boy, where in the world did Ray Kingston find a voice like that? Such grace. Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. Rosalie stood behind the glass, hand pressed against her chest. For a moment I forgot the deal, forgot about the rest. There's a feeling that comes when a room full of strangers goes quiet. Just to hear what's coming out of you, I ain't got words fancy enough for it. For a minute, I wasn't thinking about Ray's contract or Rosalie's smile, or the money Hargrove kept talking about like it was already mine. I was just a boy with his daddy's guitar, singing the same song I used to sing on that empty porch the night Delilah left. Funny thing about heartbreak, you carry it so long, it starts sounding like the only honest thing you know how to play. Hargrove clapped his hands together and said, let's cut a record. And just like that, everything changed. In his head already, spending round the town. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. By midnight I was hoarse and aching, but I never felt so alive. First time since Delilah left me that I felt like I could thrive. That's the sound. Your name's gonna be everywhere. Under the starlight sound, they found the voice they came for. Under the starlight sound, I gave them something worth fighting for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a record they're pressing to the core.
Smoke sits low like fog over a river bend. Bottles sweat on tables where the tired men lean. Jesse's fingers find the groove Big Sam taught him. 6 strings burning gold beneath the amber sheen. 2 years now since he left the Delta ground. Boots worn thin from walking every crooked mile. Whiskey glass still catches every light that's swinging, but he sips it slower now, almost like a smile. Big Sam calls the changes with a lifted brow. Jesse followed blind, he's learned to trust the sound. Somewhere out that window, a train is running midnight, cutting through the dark like it's plowing sacred ground. And the room don't know it yet, but something shifting in the air tonight. 6 strings singing, midnight train, don't wait. Whiskey glass is empty, but I ain't drowning in it now. 6 strings singing, I'm still walking through the gate that my daddy left wide open, and I'm learning how. There's a man in the back wearing a city suit, coat too clean for a room this rough and low. Watching Jesse's hands like he's counting money, writing something down he don't want the room to know. Song ends and the bar goes quiet for a beat. Big Sam nods to Jesse, says, boy, you've got the gift. Man in the suit stands up and starts walking closer. Jesse's stomach turns, he feels the whole night shift. The man said his name was Mr. Calloway out of Memphis City. Scouted talent for a label with real money behind it. Said, son, I've heard 100 guitar players come through towns like this, and most of them sound like they're copying somebody. You sound like you're telling the truth. He put a card on the table right next to the whiskey glass and said, the midnight train up to Memphis leaves Thursday. Big Sam didn't say a word, he just looked at Jesse the way a man looks at a son who's about to leave the nest. Proud and a little bit afraid of what the world might do to him. Jesse picked up that card like it was made of glass, and for the first time since Delilah left, he didn't think about the past, he thought about tomorrow. Big Sam said the road already taught you plenty, but this next lesson, boy, I can't teach you it all. He handed Jesse an old harmonica, silver dented, said when it gets hard, remember why you play it all. Jesse's guitar answers high. I gotta find out, I gotta find out. Back and forth across the smoky room, 2 voices talking without a single word about doubt. 6 strings singing, midnight train, don't wait. It's pulling out a station and my name is on the list. Whiskey glass is empty on a table, I'm leaving. Singing, this is a chance I can't resist. Big Sam's blessing riding in my pocket like a cone. 6 strings singing, I was born for a night
like this. Rain still falling on that tin roof, soft and slow. Bass sound watching taillights fade into the dark. Card in Jesse's pocket, guitar strapped across his shoulder. 6 strings and a whistle. The midnight train's his mark.
There's Thursday morning breaks with dew on Beale Street Stone. Jesse walks alone with boots that echoed down the block. The studio door is propped by a man with cigarette smoke. Says you're cold, get on in, we're already on the clock. Inside the room is small with wires taped along the floor. A microphone hangs down like a silver preacher's mouth. Jesse sets his amp up, shaking just a little, thinking of his daddy's hands that built this sound down south. Calloway's behind the glass with headphones on his ears. Says, give me something real, boy, don't you play me safe. Jesse tunes his 6-string slow, remembering the Delta, remembering the porch where his daddy learned to play. The engineer counts down with fingers in the air. 3, then 2, then 1, then silence holds the room. Jesse closes both his eyes and sees the midnight train again. Sees Delilah's face still hanging like a fading moon. First take comes out shaky. Calloway shakes his head. Says you're playing like you're scared, boy, play it like you're free. Jesse thinks of every juke joint, every jail cell floor he slept on. Thinks of Big Sam's voice saying, play it just for me. Second take, the room goes still. The engineer leans in. Jesse's fingers find the string like water finds a groove. Sun breaks wide open, something honest starts to pour. Calloway stands up slowly like the sound has made him move. And the tape is rolling steady, catching every single sound. Every mile that Jesse traveled, coming through without a doubt. 6 strings on the tape now, midnight train's my song. Whiskey glass is empty, but my voice is finally clear. 6 strings on the tape now, this is where I belong. First time since Delilah left, I ain't running out of here. Second song's a slow one about a girl who caught a train. Jesse sings it soft the way regret is always sung. Calloway don't interrupt, just lets the tape keep turning. Says later that's the truest thing I've heard from someone young. Third song's got some fire in it, a Chuck Berry kind of stomp, about the roads he's walked and the rooms he's left behind. Fourth song comes out different, slower, deeper, older, about a whiskey glass that's finally left behind his mind. When the tape stopped rolling, nobody said a word for a while. Calloway came out from behind the glass, took his glasses off and wiped them on his shirt. He said, son, I've cut 100 100 sessions in this room. Most of them sound like they're trying to be somebody else. You sound like Jesse Cole, that's rare. He said the label would press the 4th song first, a slow one about the whiskey glass. Said radio men in 3 states were already asking who the new voice out of Memphis was. Jesse didn't know what to say. He thought about the porch back home. His daddy's hands guiding his fingers to the right frets. And he thought somewhere that old man was listening too, even if it was just the wind carrying the sound down south. They stepped outside where Beale Street's humming in the evening. Calloway lights a cigar and claps him on the back. Says Thursday's gonna be a day you tell your children stories of. Jesse just looks up at the sky, watching daylight fade to black. Ow! Now, this is how it's made. Jesse walks Beale Street with a session in his bones. Neon flickers welcome like it's calling out his name. 4 sides cut on Thursday, a whole life waiting after. 6 strings on his shoulder, never quite the same. Jesse walks along the boots that echo down the block. The studio door is propped by a man with cigarette smoke. Says you cold, get on in, we're already on the clock. Inside the room is small with wires taped along the floor. A microphone hangs down like a silver preacher's mouth. Jesse sets his amp up, shaking just a little, thinking of his daddy's hands that built this sound down south. Calloway's behind the glass with headphones on his ears. Says, give me something real, boy, don't you play me safe. Prince of Beale Street to the papers. Jesse hardly knows the man in pictures, hardly understands. The label bought him a Cadillac, the color of the moon. A driver named Frank who knows every Nashville street. Jesse sits in back seats now instead of box crystal. Nothing like the jars they poured it into back home. Jesse drinks it easy now, don't call for wind, so wonder. Just another glass among the many glasses he's known. A photographer asked Jesse, how's it feel to have it all? Jesse pauses just a moment, something flickers in his eyes. Then he flashes the practice smile the label taught him well. Says it feels like everything, but somewhere down he lies. And the diamonds catch the candlelight and the room don't ever sleep. And somewhere underneath the shine there's a promise. He don't keep 6 strings wrapped in diamonds. Midnight train's gone quiet. Whiskey glass of crystal, I don't count them anymore. 6 strings wrapped in diamonds, drowning in the riot of a life I always wanted, till I got it, till it wore. Big Sam sends a letter that sits unopened for a week. Jesse means to read it, but the parties never stop. Ray shows up from Clarksdale, an old friend looking for a favor. Says he's down on luck and Jesse's rising to the top. Jesse gives him money, gives him work around the tour. Ray smiles wide and thanks him, says he won't forget the debt. Jesse feels a little warmth, a little piece of home returning, but something in Ray's smile he don't quite recognize just yet. That night after the party, after the cameras stopped flashing, Jesse sat alone in the back of the Cadillac, while Frank drove slow through empty Nashville streets. He finally opened Big Sam's letter under the dome light. It was short. It says, boy, I hear you're doing fine. I hear you're famous now, that's good. Just don't forget the sound that got you there. Fame's got a way of asking a man to trade his voice for something that sounds a whole lot like everybody else's. Come see me sometime, if you remember the way. Jesse folded the letter and put it in his coat pocket, right next to a folded contract worth more money than Big Sam had probably seen his whole life. He looked out the window at the Diamond City lights and felt, for just a moment, like a very rich, very empty man. Loretta's waiting at the hotel when he finally makes it back. Says you look 1,000 miles away tonight, my love. Jesse kisses her and smiles and says he's only tired, but his mind is on a letter and a hand-me-down glove.
Clarksdale really goes.
We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. We found a little house outside of Jackson, paint peeling on the door. Junie said it's perfect, Jesse, before I'd even seen the floor. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. I spend my days fixing shutters, spend my nights still playing shows. Willie and Marcus helped me build a porch, the kind every good house grows. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Junie hung curtains that her mama sewed before she passed away. Said every stitch is a piece of her, still watching over us today. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. I still play the circuit song, 3 nights out, 4 nights home. Well, they understood the balance now, knew a man don't always gotta roam. Marcus started courting a girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. Marcus started courting a girl himself, brought her around on a Sunday noon. We sat out on my new built porch, playing a lazy Delta tune. Junior started singing harmony whenever I'd rehearse a song. Junior started singing harmony whenever I'd rehearse a song. Her voice was soft but sure and steady, never once seemed out of place, never wrong. We got a house of our own now, small and honest, built by hand. We got a house of our own now, planting roots in Delta land. Ain't much, but it's the first place ever felt like it was truly planned. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. A letter came one morning from a promoter up in Chicago town. Said he'd heard the cold trio sound and wanted to bring it further round. Junie read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Junie read it slow beside me, didn't flinch, just held my hand. Said you built this house, Jesse, but I never asked you to abandon your own plan. I sat with that letter a long while, looking out at the little garden. Junie had started planting along the fence line, tomatoes and greens. Coming up slow in the Delta heat, I thought about Chicago, about bigger stages, bigger crowds, maybe even bigger money. And for the first time since Memphis, the thought of a bigger stage didn't stir nothing much in me at all. I thought about Ray Kingston, about how chasing bigger nearly cost me everything that mattered. I looked over at Junie, humming soft while she worked in that garden. And I understood something Big Sam tried to teach me a long time ago. A man don't need the biggest stage in the world, he just needs the right one, with the right people standing beside him. I wrote back to that promoter and told him thank you, but I'd found exactly the size of life I was looking for. Chicago can wait its turn. Willie and Marcus agreed with me, said Chicago can wait its turn. We got a good thing going right here, Jesse, no need to make it burn. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. We kept playing the circuit steady, kept the house and garden growing too. June is barely started rounding out that autumn, a secret we both knew. Sat that night out on the porch, getting a resting on my knee. Sat that night out on the porch, guitar resting on my knee. Junie beside me, hand on her belly, and for once my heart felt free. We got a house of our own now, and soon we'll be one more. We got a house of our own now, more than I ever bargained for. Got 6 strings on my shoulder, and a family growing at my door.
Memphis station spits them out into the morning crowd. Horns and voices tangled up like wires overhead. Jess has never seen a city move this fast before. Every face a stranger, every street a thread unread. He follows the address scratched on Calloway's old car, past a barber shop, a diner, a church bell ringing clean. 6 strings on his shoulder like a cross he's learned to carry. Boots still caked with Delta dust, the only home he's seen. Beale Street opens up like a river full of sound. Trumpets bleeding out of doorways, pianos in the air. Jesse stops dead center like a man who's found religion, standing in the middle of a music he can't compare. A boy no older than him is playing on the corner, slapping on a guitar like it owes him something bad. Jesse drops a coin and stands there listening a minute, thinking of the roads and rooms and everything he's had. The record office door is smaller than he pictured. A woman at the desk asks who he's come to see. He says a name like it's a password to another life. She points down a hallway, says Calloway's on through. Up the stairs, his boots are loud on wooden steps, heart beating faster than a train pulling from the yard. Whiskey glass sits waiting on a shelf inside the office, but Jesse thinks of Big Sam's voice and holds his 6 strings hard. And the city hums around him like a chorus he ain't learned. Every corner holds a promise. Every promise has gotta be earned. Six strings walking Beale Street, sunlight on the stone, whiskey glass still empty, but the city ain't my home yet. Six strings walking Beale Street, further than I've known, chasing down a sound that I ain't found completely. Callaway's office smells like leather and cigar smoke. Photographs of singers Jesse's only heard on air. He sits down in a chair too soft for Delta boys. Waits to hear if all this travel led him anywhere. Callaway comes in talking fast about a session. Says Thursday morning, boy, we'll cut your very first sound. Jesse's hands go cold and steady all at once together, like the moment right before the midnight train leaves town. Callaway slid a paper across the desk and said, "This here's a contract, son, standard terms. We record 4 sides, we see how they do, and if the people like what they hear, well, we talk about more." Jesse looked at the words, but they might as well have been written in a language he'd never learned. He thought about his daddy's guitar passed down like scripture and wondered what his daddy would say about signing his name next to a stranger's promise. He thought about Delilah's train pulling away in the rain and Big Sam's harmonica warm in his coat pocket and every dollar he didn't have and every dream he did. Callaway said, "Take your time, but not too much of it. Memphis is full of boys who can play guitar, ain't many who can play it like they mean it." Jesse picked up the pen, his hand wasn't shaking anymore. He signs his name the way his daddy taught him letters, slow and careful like each stroke could break a man. Callaway shakes his hand and calls him Memphis material. Jesse walks back out not knowing where the road might bend. Something I won't forget. Big Sam's voice still with me, Delilah's ghost behind. 6 strings walking Beale Street, stepping into my own time. Evening falls on Memphis, neon starting to glow. Jesse stands on the corner where the boy still plays his song. He drops a coin, then keeps on walking toward Thursday, 6 strings on his shoulder, carrying him along. Myself into rehearsal, tried to
to drown it out in rhyme. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Ray stopped by my hotel room, said we got a bigger show to plan. Acting like nothing in the world had shifted underneath this man. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. He asked him plain if he'd seen Rosalie, watched his eyes dart to the floor. Can't say that I have, he told me, but I'd heard that lie before. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. I went down to the starlight office, caught the secretary alone. She hesitated, then she told me something I had never known. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She said, Mr. Kingston and Miss Rosalie, they go back before your time. She works for him, Mr. Cole always has, since before Clarksville, since before that green-eyed shine. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, hiding just beneath his charm. I should have seen it coming sooner, should have read the warning in his calm. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. I stood there like I'd been hit, the room spinning slow around. Every sweet word Rosalie whispered, turning hollow, turning to sound. She was a never mind to lose, she was a raised hand all along. She was a never mind to lose, she was a raised hand all along. Sent to keep me sweet and steady, singing pretty, singing strong. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. I thought about that first night at the kettle, her green eyes catching the light. Wondered how much of that meeting had been planned before that very night. I walked out of that office and just kept walking. Didn't have a place in mind. Past the diners and the record shops with my own face staring back at me from the window glass. And I thought about Big Sam's warning the very first week I met Ray Kingston. She runs with a fella named Ray, comes round when the crowd is more. I'd heard that warning with my own 2 ears and let it drift right past me. Too dazzled by green eyes and gold rings to hear the truth in it. I thought about my daddy's guitar resting back in that hotel room, the one honest thing in my whole life that never once lied to me, never once needed to be paid to sound the way it sounded. I stopped walking outside, a little shack on the edge of downtown. Sat down on the steps, and for the first time since Delilah left, I let myself cry. Right there in the middle of Memphis, a famous man crying like the cotton field boy he used to be. Ow!
something left to prove. I wasn't gonna run this time. I wasn't gonna disappear. I wasn't gonna run this time. I wasn't gonna disappear. I was gonna stand right there in Memphis and make Ray Kingston hear. He knew all along she was never yours. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I found Ray at the bar that night, calm as he always seemed. I said, I know about a Rosalie. For once his easy smile turned grim. There's a piece of the story Ray left out, but now the whole truth's clear.
Truth is clear.
There's a piece of the story Ray left out, and I ain't going nowhere.
Go nowhere.
Got 6 strings on my shoulder and a fire he ought to fear.
Seven days since Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days of waiting on a promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying, soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubt sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way, tells himself that Aaron trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, raised a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. A telegram arrives from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the account in question's now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping, feels the door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. Ray sees Jesse's face and laughter dies down in his throat. Jesse holds the telegram out, doesn't raise his voice at all. The account is empty, Ray, where'd $10,000 go? Ray's smile finally drops completely, and something old surfaces. A tiredness, a bitterness Jesse's never seen him wear. Says, you want the truth, Jesse? I got debts, I got a family. You got everything so easy, I just took my fair share. And the roadies stop their working, and the room goes cold and still, and a friendship built on cornbread finally shows its final bill. 6 strings and a telegram, midnight train derailing, whiskey glass can't fix the hole it's opening up inside. 6 strings and a telegram, everything I'm failing to hold together, brother, there's no place left to hide. Jesse asked the question that's been burning since the lobby. Fair share of what, Ray? I gave you work, I gave you trust. Ray just shakes his head and says, you never asked what I was owed for carrying your bags for years while you collected all the dust. The words cut deeper than the money ever could have, and Jesse feels the old friendship crumbling into something cold and strange. Ray says he's leaving, says he's done, says Jesse can keep his diamonds, walks out Jesse stood there in the empty backstage hallway for a long time. After Ray's footsteps had faded down the corridor and out into the Dayton night. The roadies had gone quiet, pretending to be busy with cables and cases, giving him the kind of privacy people give a man who's just watched something break that can't be fixed. He thought about all the years, Clarksdale, the dirt roads, the porch steps, the half-a-sandwich afternoons, and wondered if any of it had been as real as he remembered, or if Ray had been keeping score the whole time. Counting up some debt Jesse never knew he owed. Maybe that's what money did to people, maybe it didn't create the greed, the resentment, the quiet keeping score. Maybe it just gave it somewhere to finally show itself. Jesse thought about his daddy's guitar, still safe in its case. The one thing in his whole life that had never once asked him for anything he couldn't give. He picked it up and held it close, right there in the empty hallway. And for the first time since Loretta left, he let himself cry. Calloway finds out by morning, furious about the money. Says they'll handle it with lawyers, says Ray Cole. No wait, Ray Doss will pay. Jesse just sits quiet through the meeting, doesn't care much for the details. Feels like something bigger than the money slipped away. Sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way. Tells himself that air in trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. 7 days since Jesse caught him with the papers in his hand. 7 days waiting on a promise wearing thin. Ray keeps saying, soon, brother, soon I'll set it right. Jesse keeps on drinking, keeps on letting the doubts sink in. Calloway don't know yet, Jesse hasn't told a soul, except Miss Hattie sworn to silence, worried in her eyes. Jesse tells himself he's handling it the quiet way. Tells himself that airy trouble never made a man look wise. The shows go on in Cincinnati, Louisville, then Dayton. Jesse's playing on the outside while he's breaking underneath. Loretta's gone, Ray's a stranger, wearing an old friend's jacket. Big Sam's far away in Clarksdale, just a voice beneath the teeth. Sailor glamorized from Memphis, from the bank Miss Hattie flagged. Says the can of questions now completely drained and closed. Jesse reads it twice, feels the last thread of denial snapping. Feels a door that had been cracked, slammed shut and fully closed. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing with the roadies. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing in the roadies, but wise. He finds Ray backstage in Dayton, laughing at the word and how to cry. comes from Calloway's lawyers, thick as any Bible. Says a label wants a meeting, says there's trouble with the books. Jesse sits alone and reads it twice beneath the hotel lamplight. Feels the weight of every number, every careful glance he took. Turns out raised $10,000 was just the surface showing. Deeper in the ledgers, deeper than Miss Hattie found. There's contracts signed by Jesse's hand he don't remember reading. Clauses buried thick as roots beneath familiar ground. The lawyer says the label owns the songs he wrote in Memphis, owns the masters, owns the publishing, owns near everything. Jesse feels his stomach drop the way it did that night at Beale Street, when he first picked up the pen and thought he understood the thing. You signed it, Mr. Cole, the lawyer says without much feeling. Standard clause, we all agree to terms we rarely read. Jesse thinks about his daddy's warning about the fine print. Thinks about the pen he took too quick, too full of need. Calloway won't take his calls now, hiding behind secretaries. The friendly grin from Beale Street traded for a closing door. Jesse learns the hardest lesson of the whole big shining city, that the men who raised him up can drop him faster than before. Oh, the tour dates start to cancel, one, then two, then near a dozen. Word spreads quick through Nashville that the Cole boys caused a stir. Jesse sits alone in hotel rooms that used to feel like kingdoms, watching all the diamonds turn to something dark and blurred. And the phone stops ringing daily, and the crowds start growing thin. And the paper that once raised him now is closing tighter in. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. Six strings and a lawyer's letter, everything I'm failing to hold on to was written down in someone else's mind. Jesse calls Big Sam Collette, first time in near a year now. Voice cracking just a little when he says, Sam, I messed up bad. Big Sam listens quiet, doesn't say I told you so, boy. Just says, come on home a while, son, ain't nothing here that's had. But Jesse can't come home just yet, there's shows still under contract. Lawyers say he's bound to play or face a bigger loss. Jesse picks his daddy's guitar up, heavier than ever. Walks out to another stage, another debt, another cost. That night before the show, Jesse sat backstage alone and read through the contract one more time, slow, word by word, the way his daddy always told him to. Too late for it to matter now, but he read it anyway. Like a man walking back through a house that's already burned down, just to understand how the fire started. He found his own signature at the bottom of page after page, each one a little smaller, a little more rushed than the last. Like even his own hand had been getting tired of pretending to pay attention. He thought about the boy on the platform in the rain, holding a business card like it was made of glass. That boy hadn't known what glass could cut you. Jesse closed the contract and set it down, and picked up his guitar instead, the one document in his whole life that had never once tried to trick him. At least I still got you, he said quiet to no one, to the strings. The show that night is smaller than the ones from just months back. Empty seats scattered like missing teeth throughout the hall. Jesse plays anyway, plays honest like the old days back in Clarksdale. Feels something strange and
these harmonic answers.
That's all I've got tonight.
Silence and reed tangled in the half-filled hall.
Two sounds holding steady,
though everything might fall. Six strings in a lawyer's letter. Midnight train derailing. Whiskey glass can't fix the contract signed too fast, too blind. Six strings in the lawyer's letter. Everything I'm failing. Big Sam's waiting patient. Delilah's far behind. Daddy's guitar is all that's left of everything that's mine. Six strings and a lawyer's letter. I'm running out of time. The marquee lights start flickering. Some bulbs already burned out. Jesse walks out to the empty street where his Cadillac still waits. Six strings across his shoulder, like the day he left the Delta. Wondering if all this steep still has a floor that waits.
Cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. 10 cities in a month now, my calendar's a blur. Woke up in Baton Rouge this morning, couldn't recall where I'd been the day before. Race little paper across the table, said sign here one more year. Race little paper across the table, said sign here one more year. I signed it without reading close. My mind was somewhere far from here. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still. Calling me back home. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. I passed a field of cotton growing white beside the road. Told the driver stop the car a minute, let this old feeling unload. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. My fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. I stood there in my fancy shoes, dust settling on the shine. Thought about my mama's hands and how different they were from mine. Rosalie called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. Rosalie called from the car, said Jesse, we ain't got all day. But something in that cotton field kept begging me to stay. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. There's a delta in my blood still, no matter how far I roam. Cotton fields and dusty porches calling me back home. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. That night I wrote a letter to Big Sam, first one in a while. Told him about the lights and crowds, but couldn't fake a smile. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood on that street. I asked him if the copper kettle still stood there on that street. He wrote back just a few short lines, words worn but bittersweet. Big Sam's letter said, Jesse, the kettle's still standing, still smells the same. Still got that crack in the floor where you used to tap your foot. Folks ask about you, sometimes I tell them you're doing just fine. Selling records, filling up them big arenas. But I hope somewhere in all that shine you still remember that the blues don't come from applause, son, it comes from truth. And I worry sometimes, way out here, that you're trading one for the other. I read that letter maybe 10 times that night, sitting alone in a hotel room 3 states from anywhere I called home. Rosalie asleep in the next room, Ray's contract sitting on the dresser. And for the first time in a long time, I picked up my guitar and played something nobody paid to hear. Without a show. Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. He laughed and said, "Kid, that ain't how this business goes." I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. There's a death in my blood still, but I'm drifting further each day. There's a delta in my blood still, but I don't know the way. Lost the way. Got 6 strings on my shoulder in a home I can't repay. Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. Next morning I told Ray I wanted a night without a show. He laughed and said, "Kid, that ain't how this business goes." I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. I looked at him a long moment, something cold behind his eyes. First time I ever wondered if his kindness was all lies. Calloway drives him south to a hall in Jackson Town. A marquee with a name spelled wrong, but spelled up bright and tall. Jesse stands out back and feels his stomach turn to water. Bigger than any juke joint, bigger than any hole. Backstage smells like sawdust and 100 cigarettes. A band he's never met is tuning up behind the door. Calloway says, "These are your boys now, they'll back you on the tour." Jesse shakes their hands but wonders what Big Sam's playing for.